Holy shit, that was crazy. That's so weird. Like, I saw my phone. It was like, it had like the oh no screen where you like your stream is dead screen. I'm like, okay, interesting. Um, and then you made a comment, and I saw my other screen. I was like, oh, it is dead. What the fuck? And I looked at OBS, and OBS just said it had a few dropped frames, like 40 dropped frames or something, and then it just said the kilobytes were at 0. I'm like, why are the kilobytes are at 0? What the fuck? And then I clicked stop streaming. Let's go, mate. I clicked stop streaming so I could restart it, and it just broke. It just stopped. Like the stop button was grayed out, and it wouldn't let me start it again. So I was like completely and utterly broken. Wait, why is that dead? Okay, I gotta figure out. I was saying before you guys like just disappeared on me. Like I don't have a problem with the skill. It's just the clear is kind of meh right now. So mapping might be a little struggle bus. First Citadel, let's go! Yeah, so map clear might be a little rough on this build right now. Oh yeah. So what I was saying before, is the explosions from the blood loss. Do you guys know if I could scale those explosions? I think you can, but I'm not 100% because I'm kind of tempted to scale them. So when something does die and it explodes, it does even more damage to the surrounding mobs. So it'll allow for better map clear. We clear like a regular small mob, and then it like pops and like does a lot of damage to the bigger mobs that are already bleeding and kills them. Um, for blood specifically, not really. Enemies slain, slaying enemies with blood loss explodes, dealing physical damage, and I think it's physical damage based on their HP. So it's got a base fizz damage. Uh, Destroying their corpse if it was normal and normal magic. The explosion has a chance to aggravate bleeds. Okay, yeah. So, uh, it explodes. Okay, the explosion that deals physical damage to surrounding enemies based off of the life of the exploded enemy. So, depending on how much life the enemy has, when it dies, it explodes for 15% of their HP. But it does say deals 50% of exploded enemies' life lost. So technically, the more life they have, the more explosion it is. The more, obviously, not more bleed, but the faster they die, the sooner they'll explode. So the damage isn't per se based off of the size of the bleed, but it's based off of the size of the amount of blood loss that they lost. Um, but I'm wondering if the explosion itself can be scaled because it has a base fizz damage, and then it explodes for a percentage of the blood loss. But it does say as unscalable fizz damage. I don't know if this can be actually bigger. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where I'm lost. So I think if I could get that to scale, it could help with the map clear a little bit. Yeah, I did hydrate. I'll hydrate again. The only other thing I was asking Hab before I lost connection was I'm having problems with leech, like mana and HP leech. Do you think I should just double rune a spear for mana leech and fizz leech, or do you know if there's another better alternative to fixing my leech problem? Like, is there something like an item, or possibly like an easy node I can pick up that I'm near? Oh, you're right. I could do Leech Ring. Okay. This is the same warrior, but we're converting it out of slams because I'm just not a huge fan of it. And we're going to refund these. I'm gonna pick up this, and then we're gonna pick up 15% more life and 50% more armor. So we're gonna go 2 defensives and then small passives increasement. And then we're basically grabbing this bleed magnitude here. We're gonna grab this magnitude over here, or this damage over here. This magnitude is there's a magnitude one right somewhere too. It's this one, yeah. So then we come down this way, we get these magnitude nodes. So we're grabbing this for damage and magnitude, grabbing this for damage. We're gonna grab this for some more damage. And then I think that was all the plan was for damage wise. And then from there, I think we were going to probably look into some sort of survivability and or some block. So I'll get some block chance over here. Maybe some more maybe like this, right? More armor against criticals. There's a few other things that we saw as well, but we'll look into that later. But like that's kind of like what I'm thinking about right now. I'm torn if I want to stick with um rank stacking or not because we need a decent amount of dex to be able to wear our spears and do our spear abilities. And right now we're only sitting at 225 dex, which is 1% per 15. That's not a lot of damage. We're looking at 15% damage. Not a whole lot of damage from that one node. With attack catalyst, so that increases all those nodes with the catalyst, right? So it'll give you more flat fizz, it'll give you more leech, right? How much would a ring like without the catalyst cost, right? How much would just a fizz dual leech ring cost me? Wait, where did we put the impale? Yeah, I think leech is also tagged as attack. That's why I was curious. If it juiced the leech as well. Yeah, without the catalyst though, how much do you think a ring like that would cost? I have 1x. The only problem is like I obviously I need to spend more money on one, but because I need those stats, but I also need HP and resist at some point. Uh, but yeah, 1x isn't too bad of a price, I don't think. I think we're gonna take Impale off of Blood Hunt because I'm not gonna be blood hunting as much as I thought I would. All right, so we'll do it that way. Yeah, but see how slow this is right now, Hab? This is why I was saying, like, something a little bit more area of effect would be ideal for the map clear. That's why, like, Stampede was, like, kind of like my thought process, or Whirling Slash. But with Whirling Slash being so slow, like, I felt like it wasn't worth it. But I do agree, like, when my bleeding is better, like, when my damage is higher and my bleed damage is better, it'll be a lot smoother because I'll just be able to like charge in and they'll just die so fast to the bleed and explode that I'll just be able to move on. So it's more or less a like a gearing thing. I also think we're going to drop Rapid Assault and the slam. I mean, we might keep the slam just for mobility, like to get us out of bad situations. But I don't think we're keeping Rapid Assault because it doesn't do what I want it to do. Like the fact that the rage doesn't stay around even though I'm still in combat is kind of annoying. For sure. Hurry up. Hurry up. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're a huge lightsaber. I'll give you 1x later if you want. Just remind me. What'd you give me? Yo, it's got life, double leech. That's huge. Oh, is that with the? It is with the catalyst as well. That's insane. Okay, that's a nutty ass ring. I mean, obviously the mana is whatever, but that's a nutty ass ring. Like this is what I'm using, bro. Like, see what I'm using? Like this shit's. I mean, obviously this is actually a decent ring when it comes to lightning res, but this is just fire res, so we can drop that. That should really help with sustain. Because right now I'm like I kind of get smacked quite a bit, and then I like lose a bunch of HP, and I have to use like health potions, and then the mana is like a problem as well. But the added fizz, huge. All right, this feels much better. Thank you. Not having any survivability issues now. Yeah, that's it even had a little bit of res, which is great. So it's not like the only dead stat I would call a dead stat would be like the raw flat mana. It's not super necessary for me, but everything else on it is like fucking baller. And like I said, even with like the small like cold res roll on it, at least there's something on it instead of just be missing another dead stat or something. Yeah, it was a good ring, great ring. Definitely like worth like 2x or 3x in comparison to like other things. Like it's probably pretty cheap. You see my survivability difference? My HP is like actually staying up. Oh, it was 10x? Okay. That's still pretty cheap, I think. I feel like 10x isn't too bad. Like, it's a pretty good ring. Like, it's actually a pretty good ring. Like, the only thing I think the reason why they priced it so cheap was because of the, was because of the mana roll. Because the mana roll is like kind of a dead roll on most people's ideas. Look at how much that thing is like fucking bleeding. That's crazy. I'm not saying it's useless. I'm just saying in terms of like stats that would benefit my character, mana doesn't really help. Yeah, almost everybody playing this build is playing it as a blood mage, because they can take advantage of the Ellie damage, giving them more magnitude towards the bleed. And I'm just saying, like in terms of like my character, the his role and everything is perfect for me, but not so much perfect for other people. But the other people would want the mana roll versus me, right? So so in my case, it would be like a lower roll because it has mana. But in other people's ideas, the added fizz is like lowering the price as well, because they would rather have like added lightning damage or something like that. Besides that, it just really depends on who's using it. That's why, like you said, it's like relatively cheap because it doesn't have like the correct meta combos that people are looking for. Bro, we are struggling. Why are there so many of these big ass boss things? Why are there so many? Fuck! There's so many of them. It's actually a little absurd how many there are. There's so many of these things. What the fuck? Yeah, that ring is huge for me. Like the survivability I have right now, and the fact that I have like no mana problems now is really good. It obviously doesn't look like my survivability is really good right now, but I promise you it is. The fact that I'm fighting this many of these like convoluted ass yellows, and I lived, definitely ring 100% of why I didn't die there. That was insane. What's going on, Kaz? How you doing, man? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, we're making progress though. All right, we got a little bit of magnitude. Our build's gonna start going crazy soon here, though. I think between getting like stronger weapons, slightly better gear, now that we're getting closer to maps, and we're getting into our magnitudes and our attack damage nodes that we just now are gonna start grabbing. I think the bleed's gonna start taking off, and the damage is gonna start ramping pretty hard. I do want to look at a few more builds though that people are doing, like because I'm wondering if there's any more explosions we can add for map clear. I definitely need to get some ent on some gear somewhere. So I can wear the boots. And I can get in the tree too. That poison really fucking hurt. Best defense, good offense. I mean, you're not wrong, Cat. So the problem is the skill I'm using allows for like really good bleed and mobility. It allows me to dash from mob to mob. But until I get the damage scaled on this, right? Until I get God damn it. Until I get this damage significantly higher, so the bleeds are higher, um, the clear speed of it's going to be lacking, right? But if I get better gear, better weapon, I level up a little bit, and I actually put a lot of points into, more damage nodes. This damage is going to start to ramp really hard, and basically what's going to end up happening is I'm just going to do that into a group. They're going to bleed so fast and explode and like just AoE clear most of the mobs in the area that I'm not going to have to worry about anything. I can literally jump from pack to pack, right? I'll be able to do this, right? And things will just be dying. I'll be able to just like dash through the map and just have things like explode behind me, right? So bleed is just dependent on how much damage the hit does. So the bleed is determined based off of the damage of the hit that causes the bleed. So anything that increases my melee phys damage, my one-handed damage, physical damage in general, bleed magnitudes, things like that, crits, crit damages, all of that significantly increase my bleed damage. All of it. So this spear is okay. So basically what I'm looking for is plus the melee skills. I'm looking for huge fizz roll. I'm looking for like over 100, like close to 200% increased fizz with added fizz. So if I get like added fizz of like 20 to like 25 or 20 to 20, 30, or 20 to 30 or something like that, like that'd be ideal. Attack speed's fine. It doesn't matter one way or the other. But crit chance, crit damage, those types of things are really worth it. Life leech, anything like that is useful. But basically it's about increasing the raw fizz damage and crit chance of the weapon. So once we get enough crit, we can actually convert to crit later. But that's basically it. It's about getting as much, like getting a fizz roll on a spear that's like 200 to 400 fizz roll at the top up here, like this. If this fizz damage is like 200 to 400, that's what we're looking for. Like that's literally all we're looking for. We're looking for a massive fizz damage roll on a weapon. It doesn't matter about its attack speed so much because all that does is like lower the attack time of my rake anyway, or my hunt. Like, and I'm not really worried about the attack times of those. Exactly. So, and I could put runes in it to increase the fizz even further. But like I said, if I can, that's all I need for a spear. Massive fizz roll spear, good. Fizz damage on rings, great. Gloves that have magnitude on them, plus I think fizz, would be good. Obviously, strength would give us more damage. Resist, life, armor, things like that are pretty helpful. But it basically just boils around added fizz damage anywhere on the gear we can get. With strength as many places as we can get. Defensive layers where we need them, like resistances, life, stuff like that. And just raw fizz damage. Once we can get the raw fizz damage up, like I said, and I start leveling up. Once I finish these last two nodes here for the magnitude, we're going to come down here and we're going to pick up these magnitudes. And then we're going to pick up these damage nodes. And then we will pick up these damage nodes. All of these. With all of that picked up, our damage will go fucking crazy. And then I need to go and do a respec and pick up these. I don't know how to do the respec in this. I was going to do the respec after we finished the interludes. I should probably do it before, because it'll help clear the interludes faster. But yeah, Kaz, I do agree. All this dodging around it slows down the clear speed significantly, and that's the problem with the build currently is its clear speed, because I spend so much time like waiting for the bleeds to build up and dodging around and waiting for them to slowly burn, and then being able to execute them like that. Like it just takes time, but it all boils down to getting a bigger bleed. If I can get bigger bleeds, we'll be good. If I can get a little bit more intelligence, I can put on my bleed boots. And my bleed boots will significantly help. These boots right here. Just a second. These boots right here aggravate bleeding on enemies when they enter your presence. So this guarantee I get aggravated bleeding since I'm always going to be near them, which doubles my bleed. But I need the int to wear them. So we can go back to base. I could respec some of my strength into int. I could put the boots on, and I can basically double my damage. I can double my clear speed, and I can double my damage right now. Because we are currently at 7 int, and we need to get to 38 int. Yeah, I'm going to. I just want to finish this since I'm already like partially through it. Because I need to go and respec first. I need to go and do my respec to get my 50% to small nodes. Because once I have this, I need to take less int nodes, right? So I can convert less of them. So instead of converting like as many dex nodes as I have done, and I have it like I can convert less of these. So instead of being at 5 strength, this will be like 7 int. I know it's 7.5, but I don't know how the 0.5s work. But it'll be 7 int. So if I need, what does it say? 38 int. So I need 31 more int. That's like 7, 14, what, 21, 28. So I need 5 nodes, basically. If I can convert 5 nodes, I have the int that I need, and then I'll have more dex to get the higher tier dex nodes, like the dex skills. And then we'll be good. Because like I said, I'm not picking up much more strength from here. I'm not branching to get anything else. So what is on my tree is on my tree. So I need to get more strength from the actual gear itself. So if I don't need to get stuff off of the gear, I can get it on the passive tree. It kind of helps a little bit. I still don't understand how this impale's working, if I'm being honest. Because it's stacking impales instead of consuming them. Why is there a wisp there? I was not expecting that. Oh, I tripped on the ball. Oh, I just got shotgunned in the face. Wasn't expecting the shotgun to the face. Yeah, didn't time that very well. Wish I could see anything up there. I literally can't see shit, bro. I can't see anything. Can we move to a place where we can see stuff? Bro, where are you? Jesus Christ. Such a small ass fighting area and you're just covering it with so much shit. Oh, I would have killed this guy like 30 minutes ago. I could actually see what the fuck's going on my screen. Ooh, that mini stun got me pretty good. Where are you? Bro, where the fuck are you? Bro, you're literally off-screening me. Just fucking walk over here and fight me. Yeah, I saw that coming. I literally can't see him 90% of the fight. Oh, it's so frustrating. I don't think you need a crit to consume an impale. I knew that was gonna happen. I literally can't see him. So he was charging up that spear and I just dodged. I just literally jumped right into it. Yo, what up, John? Wait, you can't hear game? Really? Alright, sounds good, Edge. I appreciate you. Sorry, John, it took me a while to see your message. I was kind of focused on the game. I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear the game. I don't know. I'm gonna have to fiddle with that. Can't do it right now. But it literally says Sport Cells cannot extract impales, but it can add them. So this is adding impales, so this can actually consume it. So maybe I don't put impale on Rake. I have to put it on something else. I don't know what to put it on then. Because I want there to be impales so the Blood Hunt can consume it for a bigger hit. Right? That's kind of the goal, right? Or so my Rake can consume it. So maybe we do have to run disengage. So we rake in, disengage out to apply the impale, and then we rake back in, right? Maybe that's how we have to do it. Rake in, disengage out, rake in, disengage out. So that way rake can continuously consume the impales. And then worst case scenario, we after we disengage out, we have the option for oh shit. That hurt. We have the option for consuming it with Blood Hunt instead. Fuck, dude, that's the second time I have fucking dashed into him on a lightning strike. It's like I see him about to do it, I'm like, fuck, I'm already in mid jump. I got stuck in the corner. I was like, I'm just gonna try and finish him. Yeah, so we might have to actually run disengage. That's kind of annoying. So we'll have to like rake in, disengage out to apply impales. I just don't know if disengage will do enough damage. Yeah, you saw how fast he fucking got stunned? The only problem I have with this is like I want to stun him like that, but I also don't want I want to bypass some of his phases, right? So I don't want to like sometimes I don't want to pop his stun that early. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to take advantage of the stun damage. Like he takes more damage while he's heavy stunned. I want to take advantage of that. But I also want him to bleed more. So I'm not gonna do it here because I want to get him to like 50% life before we we actually use the hunt. Because that's what got me killed the first time is I hunted him, right? And I got him pretty low. But then he went into phase 2, and then I hunted him a second time, but then he went into phase 3 and he really started fucking me. So we can use this to probably bypass a lot of stuff. Damn. Dude, he procs way too fast sometimes. Like that's crazy how fast that builds up. I have to drop some heavy stun. Like I don't have to, but it's unnecessary. Like look how fast that's building, and I have really bad bleed. All right, we are into the hecticness. Oh shit, I fucked up. I saw it the last second. I was like, oh, he's ready to get hit. Okay. So I'm gonna not use my I'm not gonna use the thing until I want to proc his stun. I'm gonna hold off on it. That kind of fucked me. I procced it too early. I wanted to do it when he's below 50% life. And I had to wait for the stun build up again, so we'll just slow do this. Not a big deal. Get hit by that one. Dude, I never really liked this guy's attack combos. It kind of like catches me off guard every time I come in for an attack. He starts pushing me around and hitting me with his abilities. It's really frustrating. Yeah, like that. Like he just shoved me right as I went to like break him. Got really lucky with that dodge. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, we're about to hit him with a stun. All right. Huh. Yeah, it's a little tinkering. But like I said, once my bleed is much better, that'll be such an easier thing to do. Like it'll be night and day difference. Where are we? Currently here. I think we just did this one. I don't know what this, bro. I have no idea what we're doing here. Like I really don't. But I do want to go back really quick. Do want to. Does anybody know how to reset? Sorry, my ascendancies. I'm pretty sure I just have to run one of the trials again. And then at the end, it'll give me the option. If I recall. Oh yeah, I want to put this on too. I think at the end of the run, it says, hey, do you want to blah, right? Oh, that's what you told? Okay. Yeah, I remember at the end of one of my runs, there was a guy that literally had a name, or his name, and I talked to him, and it says refund points or something like that. So yeah, maybe we do that. Does anybody want? Why can't I move? I can't move. There goes my game. Does anybody want to run it with me? I hate running them with a passion. But yo, John, I don't know if you're still chilling. I appreciate you telling me that the whole game's not there for some reason. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it and see if it is there, if it's just too quiet maybe. Because I do have the game really quiet. Like I honestly, I don't even, guys, Kaz, can you even hear my game volume? I'm pretty sure you can't hear it, right? You don't hear this music, right? Yeah. So I think my RuneScape music is, so the problem is you guys can't hear it, but you can hear my RuneScape music. And on my other thing, I don't play RuneScape music on that one because I don't want to get in trouble. Because they're a little bit more picky. That the game sound is so low they can't hear it. So I might have to up it. So yeah, I think I'll just up it so they can hear it. You guys might be able to start hearing it now because I just maxed it. So they can at least hear the game while you guys hear RuneScape music and kind of the game. Yeah, I just turned it up, mate. That's why. Like, I'll mute Spotify. This is what you should hear now. Yeah. So I just fixed it so they could hear it. Um, but I still think Spotify is going to be louder than it. So it'll override it for you guys to a point. Um, I think I'm going to run this one just because it's such a low level. I don't remember where to go to run this though. Yeah, it's really low. But at least it's something rather than nothing. I think it's this one. Yeah, because I had someone say that they couldn't hear the game. So I forgot that I turned down the desktop audio really low. Um, that's what they rely upon. So I just fixed it. I'm gonna try and quickly run this. Uh, where did I put it? Yeah, I know I asked if you would run it with me. But I have this really low level 28 one that I want to get rid of. It doesn't really help you guys at all, so just gonna try and run through this as fast as I can. I don't know if I need to run. I mean, if you guys have a higher tier one that I can run with you, that would help. Okay, can I click this? Jesus. So I can get my third ascendancy would be kind of nice. I think those doors should shut behind you when you come in like that. Right on the boom booms. Yeah, I'm already liking this build so much more than the slam build. It's like night and day difference. The only thing I really want to try and figure out is like ways to scale a little bit better, right? Like the scaling slams is kind of one dimensional. There's not much to it, right? Scaling bleed into an execute, there's a lot more to it, I feel. Right, because you got the one-handed nodes, you have the attack nodes, you have the melee nodes, you have fizz nodes, you have the bleed magnitude nodes and things. You can always go crit. You just have like durations, you have aggravations. There's so many things that goes to it. And then if you're using like the blood explosions, like those obviously calculate in as well, like how to scale those to make those better. Just how to get your AoE bigger so your clear is faster. There's a lot to it. Like I said, I probably will look up a couple other people's ideas of what they've been tinkering with, kind of get an idea. But I will say I'm really liking Blood Hunt. I love the idea of just like big dick, just on-demand damage. I like that I can cancel that if I don't. Yeah, I think I like the on-demand damage because like Hammer of the Gods was kind of on-demand damage, but they changed it to having to build up glory, so it's not as on-demand as it used to be. And I like to have that just at the fingertip. Okay, I can just hit him with this big chunky damage right now. Obviously, it's dependent on the bleeds and stuff that have been built up for the blood loss, but I feel like it's still pretty consistent. Just need to figure out how like I said, how I want to scale it and build it. Because it's all about just getting that bleed of Rake to go like through the roof. Or, in the end of the day, we could always switch off of Rake at any time. Rake is not a set in stone. The only skill that's set in stone right now is Blood Hunt and Blood Mark. So I can guarantee get the stuns off of people. Those are the only two skills that are kind of set in stone. Everything else is subject to change. And I'm down to change anything that needs to be changed. Like, Break is just nice early game because it guarantee gives you the bleed off of the skill instead of you having to attach or get bleed chance or anything like that. Just has bleed. So it's like a pseudo extra link. So at the end of the day, it's technically a pseudo 7 link. It just doesn't have a lot of AoE. Doesn't have like, I don't think it has like a lot of damage per se. Could possibly. Got the dash, but it just doesn't have the AoE some of the other skills do. We could probably increase the AoE of it though. What do you think, Heb? If we put like increased magnitude or whatever to give it like more AoE effect? Like it could give it quite a bit of. Why did I get stuck on it? It could give it quite a bit of AoE to give it that much needed feeling of clear speed. Refund points. Alright. Go. That's fixed. Oh, I didn't even grab my stuff. Alright. There's that. Let's go to the interludes. I need to do all of these. This is what I was working at to begin with. Alright. Oh, I need to go back to town anyway to change the ent, right? We can put the boots on. I think the boots are going to be a huge quality of life change. I really do. So, is there an easy way just to change the strength to ent? Okay. So we're at 12. It still only gives 5, even though it says increase effect of small passive note. Kind of upset about that, not gonna lie. Why it's not giving me more than 5, kind of pissing me off. Yeah, it's really stupid. It's not giving me more than one. Does it only give me these ones? Oh, it does. Okay, so it doesn't give me the strength node increases, but it gives me these. Not the big ones, but like these. These were 10s, now they're 15s. These were 15s, now they're 22s. Okay. Same with these. Okay. Yeah, so 15 magnitude, and then we'll get another 15. That's like 45 magnitude there. And then we'll get another 18, 18, and then 30. So that's huge. And that should carry us significantly. Wait, open the first room and go back to leveling? Okay, just a second. I don't know what that means. Oh, we need one more intelligence? Oh! One more intelligence? Are you kidding me? That's so fucking stupid. Alright. Boots on. This away. Alright, boys. I think we'll feel a little bit better. Alright, let me go to you, like you said. So, do I not have to be there for this, Hab? Or something? Yeah, how does this work? No, that's fine. I just wasn't sure how this worked. I don't know. Is this going to give me another point? Okay. They already got my reset points. I don't know if this is going to give me another point. It will? Okay. They already did 2 ascendancies. I didn't realize this would give me a third. That'd be nice. Third ascendancy would give me 15% more life. That made me a little tankier. Alright, can I leave now? Oh, yeah, to choose. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. How do I port away? Oh, do I just use this? Let me move this over here. There we go. Portal's disabled here? Glad I put it down beforehand because I couldn't put it down after you clicked it. Give me a fourth. Interesting. It's level 38. That's why I assumed it wouldn't give me all my points. It never fucking loads. Alright. Yeah, I've never seen that method. That's kind of crazy. And I'm assuming if you complete it and you do get it right or whatever, I basically get the points just all automatically in my inventory kind of thing, like on my character. Without having to go there or some shit. Jeez, we went really far. Let's go here and backtrack a little. All right, Kaz, does this look better to you now? Like the clear speed and stuff? It's still not great, but it looks like way better right now. I'm kind of stuck right now. You also gotta take Impale off of it. Give it a little bit more damage. And the only reason I'm doing dodge rolls is to avoid damage, right? Like, I jump in, and then I'm dodge rolling out to avoid melee hits or range hits. So I'm just, like, being mobile by moving a lot to avoid just taking damage, right? It's not because I have to do it. I'm doing it just to stay safer. You gotta, yeah, you also gotta imagine some builds are cracked, right? Some builds, clear speed and damage are just so absurd. If you're playing anything else, it feels bad, right? And I'm not gonna lie, this build could benefit from other skills applying the bleed. And like, it's also early, right? Like, you see how like I hit them once and like they just die. That's kind of the goal. I hit them and they just start bleeding and then they just die. Like, that's the whole point of the build, is I do that, and then when they like pop, they explode, do more damage, so I don't have to worry about like clearing things, right? The bleed takes care of it. The explosions take care of it. The only thing I got to worry about are the yellows, like this thing, right? So I focus on the yellows, and I'm just like, all right, yellow's dying, boom, dead, you know, and just move on. Like that's the goal of the build, and that's why like getting my damage up is going to be such a huge game changer. Because then my bleeds are going to be much stronger. My initial hit damage is going to be much stronger. The clear speed will be much faster. Because I won't have to attack more than once. You see what I mean? But at the same time, like if I had a different skill that had more AoE and more speed, then the build would feel better, right? Like I think that's what you're referring to, is like you want me to be doing like a whirling slash like speed build, right? Yeah, exactly, Herb. I'm gonna have to really understand and learn like, hey, I can do blah because I know it's going to die. Alright, I'm missing a question mark here. Yeah, it's about the dying faster thing, and that's where the damage comes in. Like if you look at the damage of my spear, that is where a lot of the loss is coming from right now. Right? Because a lot of the builds that I was looking at, they have a spear that does 200 to 400 fizz damage. Mine is doing 60 to 100, right? So I am like 4 times behind what their weapons are. And then on top of that, I don't have a lot of my increasement nodes, my damage increasement nodes, right? I showed you all those attack damage nodes that I don't have yet. As I level a few more times, like in the next 10 levels or so, I'm going to pick up a ton of damage. Like a ridiculous amount of damage. And then once I get a better weapon on top of those nodes that I'm picking up, my fucking bleed's going to go kind of burr. Right? Bro, what's funny though is you say this isn't great, and it was still twice what I was using. Like, that's the thing. It's like, it might not be good, but it's still better than what I was using by a lot. Hey, I did drop a support 5 though, so I don't feel as boosted since I am dropping 5s myself. Bro, I don't... Okay, can someone explain to me what I'm doing wrong here? It says I'm looking for follow the wisp, but I didn't see a wisp, so I think I'm just good here, right? Like, I don't have to keep running this zone. I thought I was, like, looking for something specific, but I guess not. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, where'd all these mobs come from? I don't think I'm ever gonna get used to that big execute damage that it does right there. That big execute damage is so nice. Bro, I'm so fucking lost. Like, is there another entrance in this zone? Like, I'm wondering, is there another zone here? It says I gotta go from here to here, which I did this, go to here, and I'm supposed to be able to find this. Exit Tarn. I didn't... I'm lost. It says it's off of this zone, but I didn't see another entrance to anything. Like, is it just me, or did I miss it? Or is it right here, maybe? Oh, is it actually past? Is it right here? I thought I ran up there. I didn't think I saw the door. Oh, there you go. Ah, okay. I didn't see it last time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, no, you're right. I just didn't go far enough to actually see it. Because the problem I'm having with my minimap is I have to be really close for doors to be visible to me. So it's been really putting a damper in figuring out where I gotta go. Yeah, I feel like I almost need area on Rake. Because if there's too many mobs around, and I don't get like a big swipe on all of them, some of them don't get a bleed, which means they don't die. The title of Innocent Prank makes me kind of scared to click on that. I don't know what this is. Going in. No, just fucking with you. No, just fucking. That's funny. Oh, we didn't want to be here yet, did we? We still had stuff to do there. Oh, we can do this first, I guess. Ooh, these monkeys are chunky. Oh. Hi, bud. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if the bleed explosions from Herald of Blood can bleed as well. I'd have to look at it and see if it can. 'Cause if those explosions can bleed, that might be really good for map clear. 'Cause, like, you get one mob to pop, which causes that person to, cause bleed to everything around it, which then extends the bleed further on anything that didn't get bled or that didn't die to its first bleed. And then when they die, they cause another bleed, and then it's a huge chain reaction. I think that could be really good, but I don't know if it can cause bleeds or not. Like what, Topher? Oh, got you. Yeah, I was like, what is he talking about? I had to actually read your message like 3 or 4 times to see what you were saying. That's funny. I didn't know what you were trying to say. Yeah, but what mess? Bro, you're sending me all sorts of shit. Two trees at the same time. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Why does that make me laugh? I don't even understand it. I don't know why it makes me laugh though. Can you just fucking click on the thing? Oh, does it? I never really paid attention to two trees at the same time. I don't know, the face and like the voice that I put with that face with the guy with the mustache and stuff, it just made me cuckle. I don't know why. Let me drop a TP and I'll port you. What is that? You can. No, it's fine. I don't. Do I have to click on like? How do I do this? Do I just walk through the whole thing now? Now that you've cleared it all, I just walk through it. I kind of see your message, Topher. Give me a second. I mean, I clicked port, and it brought me here. I don't know. I clicked the little blue button. It ported me to your zone, but it didn't port. Maybe you had to put a TP down so I could teleport to where your TP was. Because right now it just ported me to where this was. Yeah, I think in order for me not to be able to do that, you would have had to put down a TP before I showed up. Because now I'd have to port myself out, and then I'd have to port back to you again. Yeah, but now that, you know what I'm saying, it's like a little too late now. Because I already put my TP down where I was at, and I'd have to drop a TP to remove that TP. Fine. Just run through. It'll take me like 5 minutes. Oh, was it down before I ported? Okay. So maybe you just have to run it. Not a big deal. I had to catch up on your messages in a second here, Topher. Oh yeah, the guy with the fragmentation shot build. That's crazy. Bro, can we? Thank you. Wait, what? That kid's gonna be a pro athlete. Wow. That's funny. I mean, in their defense, like, just because you get hit in the face as a kid doesn't mean you're not going to be an athlete in some way, shape, or form. But that is really funny. Yeah, I don't think this should be a thing. You shouldn't be able to, like, leave and let someone do it for you. And then just be able to run through it and claim it at the end. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's kind of like Tier 1 lab carries, right? The difference is you have to actually run through the lab for the carry and get through all the traps, right? There's no traps in this. There's no chance of me dying right now. Like, that's kind of the difference, right? You've killed everything. There's no mobs. There's no traps. All I have to do is just run from the start to the finish. And it's just a free carry. You doing the boss for the... Oh, wait, what do you mean the boss for the 4th? I don't know what that means. I've never gotten all 4 before, so I don't know what that entails. I thought you just had to do higher tier versions of this in order to get all 4 of your things. Oh, okay. I've never done that. Interesting. I didn't realize there was an item at the end to, like, use to, you know, do something like that. Yeah, something I'll have to learn eventually. Yeah, that's fucked up, Dover. I'm the last guy in the line. Like, everybody just leaves. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Interesting. Yo, thanks for that. Alright, so that gives us more max life. Yeah, it's fine. I was just putting my points in. And then get more magnitude. I'm assuming I shouldn't go in there. Oh shit! He just puts them on the wall and people are like, people trying to charge their phone. That's too funny. That's too funny, bro. That's too good. Would you like to take a picture of me, my friend? Okay. Hand him a picture. That's fucked. Alright, we have these. Alright, we needed to change. We need to take Impale off of this. Stick it on something else for now. Put on this for now. I'm wondering if this can this bleed? I think this can bleed. Because it just says that they explode for a percentage of the blood loss and with a flat fizz damage increase. So I'm wondering if I put 100% chance bleed on this. Oh, bro, that sounds so good. Come on up with it. Okay. Come. I think we need to get 100% bleed chance on that skill. Yeah, that was weird. It wouldn't let me on it for a hot minute. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, and then I just click this. Yo, let's go. Have you a monster? What I'm talking about. Alright. Thank you, man. Thank you for the carry. Appreciate it. Obviously, at some point, I'll have to figure out how to do this myself with the build if I actually enjoy the game, but that's huge. Can I get a TP out of here? I don't want to drop my own TP because I have one down. I'm not even using war cries with this because war cries, in theory, could help somewhat, but they exert my attacks, and in theory, I could exert. You're not wrong. I could exert my hunt before I smack them, so I could add that to the build. Okay. Do I have you on my friends list? I think I do. I do not. What's your name? What's your character name? I guess I never added you. I'm gonna go pee really quick. All right. Oh yeah, Kaz. I went and did my workout yesterday morning after I got off stream. And I don't know what happened, but I was doing. So I did bench press, and then I was doing my incline bench press. And on my second rep, or second set, I should say, I did a rep of I think 7, and then my next set, I did another 6 or 7, and the front of my shoulder just hurt, like that muscle, like the front of the deltoid, it just hurt. Like I felt like I strained it or I overused it. So I cut it short there. I was like, all right, I'm done with my shoulder stuff. I'm done with bench press right now. I'm gonna go do my triceps and do some ab and core exercises. I ain't fucking with my shoulder. I don't want to fuck my shoulder up. Yeah, you're right. I think I was doing like 30 degrees, somewhere between 30 and 40 degrees incline. So like if we take this as like being trying to find a flat thing to like show you. All right, so if we were saying this is flat, right? Right. This is flat. I was like this. Right? So from like this point to this point, it wasn't too high. Yeah, I think it was, I don't know. I feel like it was probably using too much shoulder, like you're saying. It's just it's so hard on the Smith machine because it's set and it's angle. I can't like, so it's not free weight. I have to go with where the bar goes. So sometimes it's hard to like not use so much muscle because of our shoulder because of the angle I'm at. So it's a little hard. I'm The problem is I really want to use the Smith machine because I bought the machine to be able to use it for everything. But there's certain workouts that just they feel like they don't hit right when I'm using it. So I almost want to. No, it's not the bench angle. It's a Smith machine, right? So what I mean by that is it goes up and down on a set bar, right? So for example, it goes up and it goes up and down on a specific bar, right? Up and down. So when I'm at an angle, if I'm pushing, if I was pushing with free weight, I'd be able to like arch it, right? Like back, right? Or I wouldn't I don't have to go up and down in a straight up and down fashion. I can go at like a slight angle one way or the other, so I can make sure I'm keeping engaged the muscles I want to engage. With this, depending on like where my bench is set, depending on where my seat is set, or what angle at which I'm like pushing, like I could be pushing outward, right? Wish I could show it better, but I could be pushing like trying to push this way, but since the bar goes up, I'm pushing out and up into the bar, which is using all shoulder instead of chest. It's just it's an awkward situation sometimes with the Smith machine. It works for a lot of things. It's just it's not ideal for everything, if that makes sense. Yeah, so my shoulder blades and my shoulders were against it, and I'm pushing that way. But like I said, I think it's the angle at which I'm trying to push. Right, I want to push up, right? But when I'm pushing up, it's forcing me to push in a weird angle that I'm not expecting, and my shoulders are being engaged more than I want them to. It's really hard to explain. So, like, but what's weird is I've been doing incline on that for like a couple months, and I haven't really run into that problem. Yesterday was the first time I actually really felt like my shoulder hurt. Like I felt it working my shoulders, right? I felt like the strain in my shoulder and like the burn and like the actual like fatigue or whatever. But I never actually felt like um it was a problem until yesterday. Yesterday was the first time I felt like, ow, that's actually painful. And not like a good painful. Alright, what were you sending me though? This is one of the legendary ones. Huh. I think that is actually a good one for the Warbringer build. So that actually that item there is something that if I actually went with the Warbringer, because okay, so to back up, guys, what I was originally going to do is I was going to make a corrupted cry build, which is what this would be used for. Because in the previous expansion that I played, you could do it as a Titan, but they changed the way the skill worked, so it can only be done as a Warbringer now. So I was going to use this build to carry me to like level 80 or 90 so I can make the swap to a slam build, but I'm playing slams and I hated it, so I switched over to bleed build with blood hunt, so I'm playing spear build now. But I like in order to play corrupted cry build to use this, I have to be a warbringer specifically. Now, in theory, you could just take advantage of just a single war cry cast and it would still kind of work. because it would put 5 corrupted blood stacks on them. It would cost you some HP, but it would also scale with your total strength, which is why I was strength stacking to begin with. And 5 stacks would give it a good bleed. So it's not a bad option, Kaz. In theory, the only thing I was thinking of is, I don't have a skill on me, is some of the shouts might benefit me. So the way I'm working it right now is I'm raking to cause bleed. The bleed happens. When I get them low enough on HP, I blood hunt and execute them. That's basically the build, right? I'm going to be taking this off because I can't really rely upon the rage build from it. I'm probably going to keep this for movement, but maybe we'll change it to leap slam or something. I don't know. We're going to try something different here because this takes too long to cast. We need a new movement skill. But we're using this to build stun, right? So what I'm thinking is, if we stun them and I can find a shout that will actually benefit my blood hunt to make the blood hunt do more damage while they're stunned, I use the shout. The shout happens, puts on another bleed that they start bleeding from, and then I blood hunt them. It could be possible, right? I haven't added any, so I'm not. I was testing this. I'm not going to use assault and my thunderous leap. I don't know if I'm going to use it yet, which is why I didn't increase them. And I don't know what to add to this yet, so I haven't increased this yet either. So that's why I haven't messed with them. These ones are fine. I'm not touching these. And then I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with this yet, if I'm going to do anything at all. So I haven't figured out what I'm doing with my build yet. So like I said, I didn't use anything on these because I'm not really using them. But I think I need to add a new skill to apply impales. So I need to find a skill that isn't per se used for applying bleeds, but it's used to apply impale specifically. And I'm using that impale specifically on hard to kill mobs like yellows and bosses and stuff. So I would use the skill to apply an impale, then hit him with rake. So rake gives a bigger bleed damage, and then rinse and repeat that process. So I'd use like impale attack, rake, impale attack, rake, impale attack, rake. Now what some people use is the disengage ability that you brought up the other day, Kaz. So they rake in and disengage out, so it has an impale on it after they're leaving. And then they just re-rake back in, consuming the impale. That's an option. I just feel like the disengage might not do a lot of damage because the impale is determined based off of how much damage the skill does. Right? So if the skill doesn't do a lot of damage, then the impale won't really do anything. I need to find something that actually hits relatively hard, or can hit relatively hard, that I can use to apply a decent impale so Ray can take advantage of it. And then if I do use a skill like that, where I'm constantly using it to apply an impale, I can then put rage on that, because in theory, it should allow me to maintain the rage stacks throughout the fight, since I'm constantly using it instead of just starting the fight with it, kind of thing. But that's the thing, guys, like, these aren't being used. Like, this is being used, but it's just a mark. And I don't know what I can add to this mark for having a third socket that would do anything for me, right? Only thing this is used for is to have my stun build up. So my bleeds actually apply to stun build up. That's all it's used for. So that's why I put mark for death on it. So enemies marked by supported skill have armor broken equal to the amount of damage they're taking, which obviously counts for bleed. And then I stuck this over here just because I didn't know where else to put it. But like I said, Thunderous Leap, I was using this. So the idea was I was going to Rapid Assault to leave the arrowheads in, and then I was going to Thunderous Leap to rock the arrowheads, and it was going to bleed and start the bleeding process on a boss while I stacked up my rage to max, which wouldn't take very long. But the problem is, if I don't use this skill, my rage falls off even if I'm in combat. So this is useless combo. So and at this point I was going to keep it just for movement mobility. So if I get stuck in a group and I'm body blocked or whatever, I can't get out, I could use this to get out. That was kind of the idea of keeping it, but this is getting removed. This is going to stay, but this might be changed out. So I wasn't like, they're not used for damage. They're not used for doing anything in purpose. Everything is literally Rake and Blood Hunt right now. Keep hitting M and it's driving me insane that it doesn't do what I want it to do. But like I said, I need to look into a skill that I can use to build rage and apply impales regularly while I'm engaging in fights on bosses. So that way I can take advantage. Because the thing is, like I said before, bleed is 100% determined based off of how hard the skill hits when it applies the bleed. Impales will increase the amount of damage that is being dealt when I'm applying the bleed. So depending on how good the impale is will depend on how much harder it hits, and then that will allow me to have a bigger bleed. The bigger bleed once again will allow me to have, you know, more DPS, so on and so forth, and I'll kill him faster. So that's kind of the goal here, is to find a skill that would work quite easily into the rotation that would actually do a decent amount of impale damage, and to be able to be used in between. Like I rake and then I use it. I rake and then I use it. You know, back and forth. That way I can keep my rage up and I can keep the bleeds going constantly. Because the rage is going to give us a huge DPS boost. And then obviously, like I said, the impales will give us a huge DPS boost. And then those bleeds will go burr. Things will die, things will explode. I want to add 100% bleed chance to the explosions. I think that would be huge for our map clear. But yeah, see how I'm like breaking a little bit of his armor on when I hit him? Not a lot. But it does increase the amount of bleed that we get. Can't see. But like I said, see how much damage I did there? If I could also add in some sort of shout that would juice it even further, I could probably like I probably don't have to wait so long to trigger the hunt kill, right? Plus, obviously with more bleeding, right? Higher bleed, that would stack up faster. You got 300. What the fuck? Someone got 300 gold stacks? The hell? I didn't even know that was possible. Like, I honestly didn't know that was possible. Alright, so we got that. We didn't do this. Wait, we went in there, though. Oh, is it the icy tusks we need? Okay. So then we're here. That's crazy to... hey. Hey, if anybody has got a free moment, could you just price check how much, like, it doesn't have to be a good spear. I just want a spear that has like 2 to 400 fizz damage on it. I don't care what stats are on it. Like, how much would a spear with like minimum 200 low end damage be? Kind of curious. All right, before we get into this, I'm actually going to go and fix my skill. So we need another damage skill for our rake. Could do close combat. Close combat is a great option. Um, uh, um, so heft is a good one, but it's only for, I feel like that's like a 6 socket, not a 5th socket. Um, and this isn't a bad option either, but I feel like it's not great. Yeah, so we got close combat, so this one's not too bad. This is 30%. And we're gonna be close anyway. Because we have brutality for 30. And we have heft for, or heavy for 35. And then we could do close combat for 30% more. Maybe we just do that for the 30%. That'll give us a huge damage boost. These are basically built the same so far. Close combat, heft, or heavy, brutality, brutality. This has momentum for 40% more damage if I'm 2 meters away. Isn't too far. Deep cuts for more magnitude. I feel like we could add easily on some more here. Like we could put heft on this. We could probably put bleed 4 on this. So we can put bleed on this. Keep impale on us for now. And rage, because they kind of want to use that. We're not going to use the going away. This will stay. Wonder. Okay, so we could actually. We could go with like magnified area, or just increase effect. That would give us more explosion radius for overlapping, probably. Maybe we do that. And we lesser it. I'm not gonna worry about gradering it right now. Want to give it a shot and see what it feels like. That area. And we need to find a new skill. I want to put this on it. Gems. Alright, so what do we have? I don't want to stick with spear. Do we just say fuck it and just do disengage? Like, it does have attack damage 200%. Jump backwards, rupture the ground in front of you with spirit point, damaging enemies, consuming the parry debuff, and hitting an enemy, releasing a shockwave, granting you frenzy charge. This skill is used while using other skills and causes strikes, projectiles, miss jumping. So this is pretty good. feel like this could be useful. Just worried it's not going to do a lot of damage. Even though it's a 200% damage. JMat, all right, sounds good, Kaz. I appreciate you. Have a good time with your workout. Talk to you later. Maybe we'll see you this weekend. We're going to be jumping on PoE 3 this weekend, Kaz, because the new season will start. And we're going to try and jam the journals out all this weekend. Let's try disengage. So we're gonna try disengage, see how it feels. Problem is I have to like consistently use like rake, disengage, rake, disengage. Kind of annoying that I have to constantly. It's got decent damage. Hit it with a lesser for now. Alright, so we definitely want to hit it with Holy Descent. So we can get some lingering. Definitely want to hit it with this, and I definitely want to hit it with. We'll try this out. We'll see how it feels. It does have a cooldown. Kind of sucks. 1.5 second cooldown. I don't know if we can bypass that anyway. Let us get magnitude. Then start heading to our other magnitudes. Wait, what did I say? Did I say PoE 3? Yeah, because it'll be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So if you want to join in on any of those days, you're more than welcome to. I feel like I just did this. I hate that it's like, you have to pick up the items for it to count as being done. Didn't I just turn that in? Alright, well, I don't know what to do then. Whatever, fuck it. I'm not worried about it. I don't know why it's showing as not completed. That pissed me off. We don't talk about Bruno, no, no. Oh, hell yeah, mate. That's always good when your boss is impressed. Yo, thanks for the hydrate.
Right now.
Kind of sad that it's a 1.5 second cooldown with disengage. Yeah, that's bright. I feel like I only need to do it on bigger mobs, though. Yo, what the hell? 50% of fizz damage prevented or recouped his life? Wait, what? Let's go. I don't know if any of these are any good. Yo, Hab, are anything that's worth it? Do you know of? Like, this one looks cool, but it's probably not worth much. Like, these are the only two that kind of remotely look okay. This one just being maximum mana as extra energy shield, mana stacking, and then this one is lose 5% of your maximum life per or maximum energy shield per second. Excess life recovery from leech applies to energy shield. Oh really? Yeah, that's huge though. Whatever, we're trying to grab one. Grab this. Yeah, like 14 doesn't sound like a lot, but like in retrospect, like if other people are doing 8 or 7 or whatever, or like even 10, like that's a big difference, you know? So it's always nice being recognized and acknowledged by your boss, you know? Alright, doesn't look like the explosions are actually applying bleed. It's actually really sad. Jeez. And that's the funny part too, mate, is like, what you did is probably not per se hard, but so many people are so lazy and work so slowly. The average work speed of most people is like really low, right? And when you have one person that actually like focus and actually like work at a reasonable speed and like do their fucking job properly, you'd be surprised on how much you can get done in a short period of time compared to other people. Like I remember when I worked landscape irrigation, we would be throwing sod, right? And they'd drop like 8 pallets of sod. They're like, all right, this is gonna take us all day. And I would literally throw like 3-4 pallets of sod in a half a day by myself. And they're like, bro, you need to slow down because we're gonna run out of work by the end of the day. And like they would specifically tell me to work slower so that the work would take all day. It's not the way I'm built. That's a good black spike. Too much particles on the screen, I guess. Yeah, that's crazy. But like that, good thing for you. Boss acknowledging you, giving you kudos and stuff. It's always a good thing. So this is a really cool mechanic where it reloads when you lag like this. But it shouldn't just auto start when it comes back. It should be in a pause mode. And it should require you to like hit something. Like to hit a button or an ability or a movement. Like you should click or something to unpause it. Because you could easily die to something after you get unpaused if you're not like fast enough. I'm really sad that the explosions aren't causing bleeds. I wonder if there's another way we could accomplish that goal. Alright, Tover, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Have a good one. See you, my friend. What's going on here? I thought they wanted to play the high beam game. They're just blinding the fuck out of them. He blinded the fuck out of them. That's crazy. All right, Tover, have a good one, man. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but this weekend. Unless you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord like usual. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, it does a big pop, but it doesn't do a bleed. I'm actually really sad about that. That would have been a huge like help for the clear speed. So I guess we'll have to just juice the damage instead of adding like a bleed chance. Hopefully the pops do more damage and then help the clear that way instead of applying another bleed. I need to price check some weapons though. Yeah, that could be a problem. I know, like, I knew one person. They were one of those item shoppers, right? They ran through the shop to get items for people, like at Target and stuff. Um, and sometimes it's like finding the exact item, right? Can be a pain in the ass. Knowing exactly what part of the shelf is on, getting the like the right size plus the right like fragrance or whatever. Like that shit can be really frustrating. Yeah, but what I was saying is like, so sometimes I get like an order for like 50 items and they're all over the shop, right? So you got to run around the store looking for all the different items. But like some of them can be really easy because they're like 15 bags of this, 20 bags of this, or whatever. But then some of them are really obnoxious because like, hey, I want this body wash with this fragrance on this size or this lotion, right? Like it like that shit can get really annoying, and like that's what slows a lot of them down. And why some people can do like 50 orders like an hour, and other people can do like 80 because they like know exactly where everything is. And sometimes you get really lucky with like certain boxes, but like I said, I don't know exactly. Like yours is probably similar but not quite the same. But like I definitely know how that shit can be, man. That shit can suck. But like I said, I'm glad your boss is happy about it. Doing a good job, putting in the hard work, not being a lazy slob like a lot of people are. Oh. Oh, you just do the packing of it? Gotcha. Yeah, it's still like you're sitting there, you're like, all right, what goes in this box, right? You have all the items, but you got to figure out which goes in what box. Can get a little annoying, especially if there's like a lot of similar items. Kind of like what you were saying, like, if one item looks the same, but it's not quite the same, you know? Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, but yeah, I didn't word it very well. Or at least that's what I was trying to say, I should say. Oh. All right, we got another fight on our hands. Oh my god, that bleed fucking annihilating me. Dude, this guy is not taking much of a hit. There goes. Cheers. Hey, yo, the build's working, bro. The build is working. Took a hot minute, but it's coming together. I don't understand why this one's not marking as complete. Do I have to go and kill him again? What if I have to kill him again? Interesting. That doesn't seem too hard. But yeah. Like I said, man, like some people are just lazy. Like, you'd be surprised how lazy people are and expect to get like raises. Like, oh, I worked so hard. Oh my god, I did so much work today. You should praise me. I did so much. And then you like look at what they did and compare it to somebody else. And it's like, yeah, you did half of what this person did. Dude, such a funny fucking build, man. Just fucking literally dip doop, dip doop, dip doop, dip doop. Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, I think this is bugged out because I'm pretty sure I completed this twice now, and it's just not marking it as complete. He didn't even drop an item this time. Oh no! Alright, identify, get rid of, why can't I get rid of that? Let's go in here. Oh, because it's not marked. Alright, these, what the? Character group doesn't matter? Could be better. Alright. Alright, so I think we're done with this. We need a lot more work. I don't know what this is. I think this is the thing you're talking about, two pieces. This game is taking me forever to get through the campaign and shit. I mean, a lot of the slowness was like getting to a build that actually could do the work. Like, it actually kill things and stay alive. That piece. Oh, I was just saying how you'd be surprised how slow and inefficiently working a lot of people are in the world. And how easy it is to like outwork people because they're just so lazy. Like, I'm not saying you're like a slow worker or you're a bad worker. I'm just saying like you'd be surprised how little work people do and expect to be like rewarded, right? Expect like their bosses to be like, "Oh my god, you're such a good worker. Here's a raise." Like, but you basically don't do anything. Like, you sit around and play on your phone and you talk and you don't really work hard. But you think you are, but you really aren't, right? Like a lot of people. And then like the boss is like, "Well, yeah, okay. You think you're working hard? Okay. Well, let's compare your work versus this person." And then like you finally kind of see like that's like, oh, you can't compare the two of us. We do different stuff. Blah, blah, blah. So, no, you did the exact same shit. Like, well, mine was harder. It's like, no, it really wasn't. Like, and it's like people always have excuses. They always, it's just, bro. You just honestly, you'd be surprised how fucking lazy people are. It's crazy how slow people work. Like, it's insane. Like, even in my job is really easy, really laid back. And it all boils down to just being organized, right? That's really what my job boils down to. As long as you can like kind of keep on top of things and you can multitask, my job is very easy. Because like there's so many times where like an email comes in, right? You're working on a project or you're working on some sort of thing, right? That is like an issue that you're kind of trying to work to completion, right? And then an email comes in for something else and you don't really do anything with it, and then someone's like, "Hey, did you see this email?" It's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot all about it," right? Like, and that's like the key thing with my job is people just forget to go back and do their job when you know what I mean because they're working on something else. And there's so many things that in my job that you could do pre in advance. You can prep an email. You can make templates. You can have things open or preemptively like check it or have it ready for when it's gonna happen or like there's just so much you can actually do that people just don't do. And it's like the same with other jobs too. When I did when I was a dishwasher, for example, like I can't tell you how much my boss was like, bro, I want you to wash dishes every day. And I'm like, why? He's like, because you're the only dishwasher that doesn't ever like fall behind. And it's not that fucking hard. Like I legitimately put the dishes in the water and I get all the dishes. Like I go and get one pot of dishes, right? Put it in the water. I go get the next pot of dishes. I put it in the water. I go get the next pot of dishes. I put it in the water. And then I run the first set. And once those are done, I run the second set. When those are done, I run the third set. And I'm like, boom. Okay, all the dishes are done. Like, does that sound fucking hard? Like, that's how easy it was to do my job. But yet people somehow managed to be bad at it. It's like, it's absurd how bad people can be at working. How inefficient and lazy they can be. And then you see these videos like, my boss fired me because I didn't show up to work. It's like, okay, well, how often do you do that? Did you call him and tell him you weren't going to show up? Well, it was my birthday. It's like, okay, well, did you tell him you needed the day off? Did you ask for the day off? Did you even tell him you weren't coming into work? Like, and these people are like, no, well, what did you expect? Like, how do you expect to keep a job if you won't even tell your boss you're not coming into work? Like, it's fucking mind-blowing, the entitlement some of these people have. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. Like, that's what I was getting at, man. Is like, your job is one of those things. Like, you might be working on a project right that second, but at the end of the day, like, you have to be able to work on more than one thing at a time. You don't have to, but that's ideally what you want to be able to do, right? You want to be able to start working on something, be able to put it down, do what you got to do. Like if someone shows up, you do what you got to do, and then help them. Once that's done, go back to what you were doing, and don't take and lollygag and take forever to make the swaps and the changes, right? That's what it boils down to. Is people like, oh, well, let me help this person, and like, okay, well, I helped them, and now let's go do this for 5-10 minutes, and let's go get a drink, and let's go put this back on the shelf. Like, they have so many other things that they're trying to like do other than getting back to doing what they were doing, right? Instead of just jumping back on the bandwagon, just getting through it. I don't know. I despise people. That's why I like my job, because I work solo, right? I'm the only person on shift at night, and I do all the work, so I don't have to rely on somebody doing anything. I just do it myself. And if I fuck up, that's on me, right? I don't have to be like, oh, well, this person didn't do his job. He didn't do what I told him to do. And don't get me wrong, there are people that work opposite shifts of me that I do have that problem with. Like, I'm like, hey, can you do this? Like, yeah. And then the next day, I'm like, hey, did you do this? They're like, oh, no, I forgot. And I'm like, how can you fucking forget? Like, seriously. What the fuck just happened there? Okay, why is my ability not working? Okay. Yeah, and that's I mean, in your situation, I mean, that's kind of what you need, right? Someone has to be there at all times. So like, yeah, like you said, like when you're going to lunch or whatever, like someone needs to cover it temporarily while you're doing what you got to do. Yeah, makes sense. Oh. Well, I'm kind of annoyed that this one thing wouldn't finish, and then this one I couldn't get to finish either. I couldn't get rings to drop. I don't even know what I'm like looking for. Like it literally says, oh, I did finish it, I guess. Okay. So then we have to do areas crossing. I think that the build is coming together slowly but surely, but it is coming together. It is 4 o'clock. I was tempted to get off. I kind of want to start getting off at 4 o'clock, so I have time to myself in the morning before like the wife and the house is awake. It's kind of nice just having me time, you know. But I also do like streaming with you guys. That's like double-edged sword. Want me time, but I also want to play. Yeah. So we're here. We're gonna head into magnitudes right now. I don't know what we're looking for here, so we're just gonna do a quick. Okay, I never went into here before. Oh, that's why. Okay. That's the middle of the base. That's why we can see so many different things. Okay. We have to head out to Kukris. We did everything here, but we have to head up to. It's like. Wait. Oh, got like gate. So it's gonna be on the outside, not in the middle. Bro, I hit the space bar. Going out of here. Leave me alone. I don't think there's anything in there we need. I need to find the gate. What was the other place called? I don't know what the other place is called. Go in here though. This is what we're looking for. Yeah, that's the thing. So at where we go for Amazon returns, it's called Kohl's. And there, like you said, there can't be nobody there. If someone shows up to do a return, like an Amazon return or something, someone has to be there to take the return. So like I kind of get it, you know. Someone has to always be on that station at all times. Oh, you work at Kohl's? Oh, okay. I ain't gonna lie though, I don't know how much business Kohl's gets, at least where I live, but I am shocked that they're still in business. There's like never anybody there. And the only time I ever see people there is it's people that are literally doing Amazon returns. Like even my wife, like she goes there all the time to do Amazon returns, and you get like a little like rebate thing. It's like, hey, you can get 20% off, like you know, purchase, blah blah blah, or whatever, you know, after doing your Amazon return. And I'm just thinking, like, bro, how do they make money off this shit? And she only uses it when there's like 90% off of like stuff in the store that she wants. I'm just thinking, it's like, bro, there's no way this company makes much money, if any. Like that's crazy. Is it? I mean, don't get me wrong, like, when we're there doing returns, we see people walking around and shopping. But it's, like, such a big store and such a big parking lot. There's, like, hardly ever anybody in it. Like, the parking lot is never more than 10% full. And I'm gonna say most of that is literally employees. Really? Interesting. I mean, if it works, it works. It's just like I always look at businesses like that. I'm like, I don't know how companies survive. Like I've always been a true believer, mate, that the brick and mortar companies are kind of obsolete nowadays. Like this day and age with how the internet is and like the the generations and stuff, the generation of brick and mortar buildings is kind of coming to an end in my opinion. Because what's the point of having a building, right? An actual brick and mortar building that you have to pay mortgage on, lights, power, fucking, you know, water, you name it. You got to pay all these bills on this building, plus the mortgage for the place or the rent or whatever. And then you got to pay all the employees to staff it, all the cleaning people, the the items to stock the store. You know, you got people that are stealing and people that are breaking stuff and things like that. You have all these problems that happen with the brick and mortar buildings. And all of that goes away when you just have a warehouse and an online presence. And don't get me wrong, there is something to be said about having a brick and mortar building or at least a showroom, right? So at least having a small like brick and mortar building that's not a big building, like a small one, right? Like one at like a simple like outdoor mall or something, where it has like key featured items that you can go and like physically see and touch and stuff, but you can't purchase the stuff from there, right? It's just a literal showroom or return section, so people can bring you stuff to return back to the warehouse. That you would save so much money in just rent and utilities, even employees. Like obviously it would lower the amount of employees you need, so less people would have work. But as a company, you save so much money. I am so shocked at these companies that still are brick and mortar and such large buildings that have such little amounts of traffic in them that are still a thing. It's just mind-blowing to me. Like Best Buy, for example, right? I feel like Best Buy has a consistent flow of people, but I would say like at any given time, they don't have more than like 10 people in their parking lot at any given time in most places, right? Unless there's some sort of deal or something going on, right? Obviously, you have like certain peak times and days and stuff like that that happen. But at the end of the day, like on average, I feel like they don't get more than probably like 1,000 customers a day, depending on their location. I don't know what that is, mate. But anyway, like you would imagine a building as big, a company as large as Best Buy. They have on average like probably 50 employees on shift every day, right? And like that's not cheap to have that many employees staffing that place from when it opens till it closes. On top of restocking all the stuff that does get purchased or whatever, right? And then dealing with theft and all that other stuff. Like I said, the actual utilities and the rent and everything. You have so much maintenance in the building. Like I don't see them like being profitable. And if they are, I feel like it's so negligible. Is it really worth having a brick and mortar building at that point? I just feel like an online presence is just much better. It doesn't have business hours. It's on 24/7, right? People aren't forced to show up at a specific date and time, right? Like if they want to shop at 2 o'clock in the morning, they can shop at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? And then it gets delivered to their house. Whenever it gets there, it gets there. Like I just think it's a much better business model. Oh shit, you know, and just in general, in this day and age specifically. Oh god, lagged out. Cool. Oh, it's Beauty Company? Gotcha. Also, the disengage does make me a little tankier. It's like I go in and then I just leap out and it like prevents me from taking damage because of the way the disengage actually reads and works. I don't know, mate. How do you think the build's coming along? Do you think it looking better now? Looks a little bit more mobile. It looks a little bit more like it looks like it's building the bleeds much faster. Looks like it's coming together. It's still like low tier stuff, but oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not per se like asking like the particulars, but it's just like watching me like kill stuff. Does it look like it's like doing better, like clear speed and killing bosses and stuff? Like to me, it feels like it's like killing them much faster. It's clearing the map much better. Like it started off really slow. It feels like it's getting much better. Oh, where is? Trying to find the next door. The problem. I have no idea what I'm looking. These zones are new to me, so kind of a little lost. Because it says I need to find this. It's supposedly connected to this. I mean, is it literally right here? Did I not go far enough once again? Once again, didn't go quite far enough for it to pop up on my mini map. So frustrating. Yeah, this is slowly and surely coming together, and it's starting to feel really good. Like I said, I think if I took a minute to, I have no idea what this is. If I take a minute to get a better weapon, all attributes, cooldown recovery, not a bad option. Increase presence of area effect, global defense, not bad. Elemental resist, not bad. Experience gained. You know, this wouldn't be bad early, and then to replace it later. But all Eliros seems pretty okay. Alright, now we gotta get to the. Oh, tripped. It's not good. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like at least around here, mate. Like I said, like the polls that we go to is just so dead. Anytime we show up, it's just so dead. Just it looks like one of those businesses that shouldn't be a business. It just doesn't have people like ever showing up. Looks like a dead business. That's why I brought it up. Like I said, other like locations, you know, um, definitely probably do much better. You know, because that's just like with any place. Like subways in certain places will do better than subways in other places. You know, it's just nature of location. You know, supply and demand. People that live in the area. Yeah, I think if I get a new weapon, even if I just double my damage on my weapon, if not triple or quadruple it, like just doubling my damage would be insane. Oh, I need to do something first, I guess. Is this what I needed? I don't know if I need more than one. Could have kept going until I get to the next checkpoint. Yep, that was it. Yeah, we also got to change up our bleed explosions because they're not causing bleeds to happen on the explosions. So we gotta juice out the damage of the explosions more than trying to add more bleed to it. Oh, I tripped. Yeah, Gym 14, let's go. Can I just pick it up? Thank you. Come on, Dash. Oh my god. Yo. Nico, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for the support. Thank you. How you doing? Yeah, it's old school. I mean, it's old. It's a mixture of all the RuneScape music, but yes, it's RuneScape music. I fucking love me some RuneScape, man. Not like a super juiced ass like RuneScape player, but I mean, I have been playing it for 20 years on and off, and I just nostalgically playing the game and still enjoying the game to this day on and off. It's just they have great music, non-DMCA. It's chill to just listen to. It's just nothing particularly insane. It's just kind of mellow music. I just kind of like it. It's like it's upbeat enough, but also mellow enough that you can just sit here and just chill out to it while playing games and not take it too seriously. Done a lot of grinding to it, yeah. You know what's funny though is with 20 years of RuneScape, I've never actually listened to the RuneScape music until I threw it on stream. Because I've always had RuneScape music off since I started playing the game back in like 2002, something like that. 2000, I don't know. It was like way back in the fucking day. I've always turned it off ever since day one. Back when I used to use a sleeping bag so I can continue playing the game. Because you used to have a sleeping bag. It's like, oh, you've been playing too long. You need to sleep in order to continue, like, gaining XP. I've always had the music off ever since then. Hasn't playing Deadeye? Yeah, so, I don't know. This has been a hodgepodge and a half. What the? Like, I have no idea what. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know this boss, but I was not expecting that. That was unexpected. Um, yeah, I haven't done this part of the game yet. I played it when it first released, and I haven't played it since like point one. And so I don't know the interludes. I don't know some of the other stuff. Even the spear skills are new to me, right? Wasn't that crazy? But yeah, so we started off, we were like, all right. So when I first played, I played a Titan, and I played it Corrupted Cry. So I was like, all right, why don't we get into a Corrupted Cry build with the Titan, level it up to a point where we can actually do the, so we can get into slam build, right? Because I wanted to do a slam build last time, and I never played it long enough to actually try it because it just pissed me off. Right? Slams were so bad. I think they fixed them because attack speed didn't fix slam builds, right? They had a set attack time and you couldn't fix them. But I think they fixed that recently because I noticed that attack speed actually makes them better now. Anyway, so I was like, you know, we'll do that this time. And then I come to find out I can't Corrupted Cry on this guy anymore. So we Well, I don't know what that does. Not being that. I don't know what he's doing. Oh my god, we lived. Somehow we lived. Woo. Anyway, so that's what we wanted to do, right? And then we were struggling because we were struggling to level. We couldn't find skills that we enjoyed playing, that didn't feel clunky, that actually did some damage, and we were just struggling. And then I was like, let's just fuck with some shit. And well, long story short, we found a skill we liked, Blood Hunt, and we've been trying to make it work. And then we found Rake, which we don't really like, but it seems to be the only reliable skill to use currently. So we're using that to kind of get things done, right? Apply the bleeds and stuff, and we just started using Disengage, which seems to be pretty insane. And then this to build our heavy stun on bosses. Now I'm currently not really using it all that much until we can get some more bleed damage going. And we're going to be getting rid of Thunderous Leap at this point, I think. But the build's kind of coming along now. I don't know if you saw that, though, Nico. But that's kind of how the build works. I literally just stick and move, do stuff and things, crush some shit, do some stuff and things. And then when I get them, like, below half, I can literally one-shot them. Now, this isn't the best build to do it on because, like I said, I didn't re-roll. I'm still playing it as a Titan. The only advantage that the Titan gets is he's a little tankier. I wouldn't say tankier, but he does have like extra HP and armor that he can spec into, and he can get this. And eventually you can technically come down here if you want as well. So you can get a huge elemental damage reduction from all the armor stacking you can do. And you could take advantage of the 50% increased effect of small nodes. That helps a lot with like bleed magnitude for these. It helps a lot for more magnitude down here. It helps a lot for like more attack damage across the board. More melee damage across the board. Monk's busted. I've never played a monk, but everything I've seen, my friends that have played it and that I've played with, monk is busted. Hollow Palm is nuts. The bell is absolutely fucking broken. So a buddy of mine back in 1.1, he was playing with an archer, I think, and he was playing a monk. And did you know that somebody else can hit the monk's bell and cause it to just right? So his buddy would literally pelt it with like volley or barrage or something. So he'd throw down the fucking the bell, and his buddy would pelt it with the bow, and it would melt any boss. It was absolutely crazy. It was sick. Beyond sick. It was crazy. But you can do the same thing on your own, right? If you get enough attack speed, you drop the bell and you punch the shit out of the bell and you kill everything. Everything just freaking dies. It can be actually crazy. I do need to go shopping for a new weapon, though. Because that is kind of like what's holding us back right now. Actually, all of our gear is holding us back right now. Like I still have this. This is what I got, like, in the very first zone when we entered the game. Like, it's bad. I don't even know what goes here, but I don't have this either. Is that another ring? Like, what is this? What goes here? I don't even know what goes there, but something goes there. Alright, we still have one interlude left to do. Dun, 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 dun. And that's the thing too, Nico, is like PoE one's kind of in the same boat. People see build guides that people put out for the high tier players. They see what high tier players are playing, and they just mirror it. They just regurgitate it and just play it, right? Because it's good. It's proven to work. It's proven to be good. It's proven to be strong, and they just want to play strong stuff and crush the game, right? Very few people actually want to take the time, the effort to test boundaries, try things that not everybody else is doing, and kind of see what they can make. And that's the thing, is that's why these like top tier players are usually the ones that find these builds, and then everyone's like, oh my god, that's so cool, that's so good, why don't we play that, right? And it's like, you know, you could have been doing this from the start if you just tried it yourself, right? But at the end of the day, newer players, less advanced players, less experienced players, people that probably aren't as adept at, you know, gaming in general, have to follow stuff that other people do because they don't have the time, energy, or experience to make something their own, right? Because like a game like this, there's too much. The trees are too big. There's so many different ascendancies, so many different characters, so many different buffs, so many different support gems, so many different uniques. You just don't know what you don't know, and that's why it's good to follow what other people do, but also to make it your own. So, for example, I was trying to do a Corrupted Cry, didn't work. So I switched over to try and do slams. Couldn't get it to work. I saw what other people were doing. I tried to make it my own. Wasn't really liking it. So I found a skill I liked, and I looked up what other people were doing. I saw what they were doing. They were definitely not playing it. They were playing it as huntresses and blood mages. So I'm trying to make it my own, but kind of taking inspiration from other people. For example, these boots. These boots are nice. I didn't know they existed. Once I found out they existed, it means I don't have to go with Crimson Assault, which is bad but good. It gives me the aggravated bleed without giving me the negative of 1 duration bleeds, or 1 second duration bleeds. So it's nice, and that means I could save points by not having to go over here. So this was a huge discovery from looking at somebody else's build. So looking at other people's builds isn't a bad thing. Seeing what other people are doing isn't a bad thing. It's just seeing things to gain the knowledge and the experience so you can incorporate it into a playstyle that works for you is kind of the way it should be. But like you said, most people don't really do that, right? Most people are just, hey, this person's playing this. Why don't I do the same thing? And it usually ends up being meta stuff because 9 out of 10 people are playing the same build. So they see so many people playing it, they see how strong it is, and everybody plays it. Instead of trying something else that they might like, right? I just want to play Righteous Fire. If I'm being honest, I am 1000% a Righteous Fire player. Like 1000%. That is my go-to skill every league on PoE 1. I fucking love it, and I want to be a bear. Those are my only 2 criteria to play this game. The second I can be a druid and turn into a bear, and I can run around on fire with Righteous Fire, I will be the happiest sumbitch alive. I cannot wait to be a fire raging bear. I just can't wait. It's gonna be so much fun. That's all I want. Yeah, and I'm in the same boat, Nico. Like, I'm a type of player that has really bad reaction time, hand-eye coordination, stuff like that. So, for me, I don't play meta because most metas are glass cannon, high DPS builds that require you to dodge stuff. I'm more of a, hey, let's be as tanky as possible regardless of how much damage you're doing, so I don't die every 5 seconds, right? I need tankier builds regardless of how much damage it does. Because if I'm not tanky, I will die constantly and I won't make any progress. So, for example, I play Righteous Fire mostly. And it's not because Righteous Fire is a good skill. Not because it's even really tanky. It's just because it's easy. I like doing damage while moving. My preferred playstyle is doing damage while moving. Right? That's all I want to do. I want to be able to do damage while I'm running around the map. So Cyclone, Righteous Fire, Death's Oath, you know, anything that like auto bombs or self cast, everything for that works for me. But it needs to be able to take a hit. I need to be able to sustain the damage I'm taking. I need to be able to make sure I regen my HP back quickly after I do take a hit, so on and so forth. So metas don't really work for me either, because even a Righteous Fire build, aka like a Pox build, right? In order to scale its damage, you sacrifice survivability a lot of times, right? And I can't do that. So I always have to make things myself. I take inspiration from people, but I kind of hodgepodge things together that I have found or have discovered over the years to kind of make my own build, right? I find the skills that I like, and then I find defensive layers from other builds, and I see what I can make work, right? So what I found was a Blood Notch Cyclone or Blood Notch RF build is what I've been playing last league, and I fell in love. I already loved RF, but I never really took it very far. But the Blood Notch version is I'm never gonna not play RF as a non Blood Notch ever again. If I ever play, every time I play from now on, it's going to be Blood Notch. I refuse to play a non Blood Notch build going forward. It is way too tanky. I just refuse. It's way too fucking strong. Yeah, I don't like dodge mechanics in most games. Like, they can be really hit or miss. Alright, so we're done here. We're done. Oh, it actually completed this time. Okay, so we're done there. Don't know what this is. Let's follow the list, but I couldn't figure it out. I don't really care about that. Alright, so we're finally on to the last zone, boys. Let's go. But yeah, we do our best around here, Nico, to help people that want to play builds. Like, we'll pull up Path of Buildings, we'll pull up PoE Ninja, look at other people's builds, give people, like, information, give them the knowledge they need, and show them the tools so they can look up what they need to look up to come up with an idea for themselves. I don't like giving people cookie-cutter answers. I like to give people the knowledge and the tools so they can make their own sound decisions and come up with their own answers, right? So it's the whole give a person a fish versus teaching them to fish, like, ideology. I refuse to. Maybe we have to turn that in. Hold on. So that's kind of like me, right? A what max run? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Alright, what is this used for? Oh, Sacred Water. I don't need that, right? Bro, can I not throw it on the ground? Oh, this is going to be annoying. I have to go back to get rid of the Sacred Water. Hold on. What do you mean anything for lifesteal? Like, nodes? Or, like, items? Or, like, what exactly are we talking about? Okay, where does this go? Thought it went here. Am I crazy? So there are rings. There are, I think, gloves, weapons. There's a few items that can have leech, right? As you can see, leech bluff, his damage is life, blah blah blah. I think there's ways to do it as non-fizz damage as well. There's also runes. I'll show you runes when I get back to town. But the runes can go inside your weapons and stuff, and they can give you life leech and mana leech as well. And then yes, there are nodes on the tree, but I don't think it's like PoE 1 where it's like, hey, fizz damage leech says this or whatever. I think it's more or less like increases leech rates or instant leech, those types of things, or reduced leech rates and stuff like that. There's that kind of stuff per se. Oh, this over okay. So I'll show you some of it. All right, go back here. I think we're finally done with. All right. So we'll do a quick little show, you know. So anyway, so obviously, you know, go P, type in leech, right? And you got things like this, right? Where it's increased amount of life leached, but leech rate is slower, right? Then you got things like this where you get instant leech, which is pretty cool. And then life leech from empowered attacks, it's instant, so it helps with like a shout build. Thorns can leech life, right? You got all these different types of leech nodes, right? So most games, or at least in PoE, there's a way to leech. Basically, you can leech off of hits. But yes, like you said, like some of them state fizz and some don't. So increasing amount of mana leached, life leech from hits always applies. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if there has to be a way to leech as Ellie, but I don't know if that is specific to an ascendancy or if there's a way to convert it, right? Mana Leech recovers based on elemental damage types instead of fizz damage. So this, I guess, is the way that you can get Mana Leech that way. I wonder if there's a fizz one that does the same thing. Interesting. Is there a chest? Okay. Yeah, so like I said, there's probably an item, there's probably an ascendancy, because there's Blood Mage. Blood Mage specifically, hold on. Where's my PoE 2? Where's my path of building? I have this path of building, but where's my other path of building? I lost it. This one. I don't know where it's located. But you have like Blood Mage. I think this is Blood right here. Um, let's just type in Leech. Spell damage leeches life. So, right. So this is Blood Mage specifically gives you spell damage leeches life. Um, and we already went over all of these, right? Then and then obviously there's this girl. What is it? The Amazon, I think. Life Leech recovers based off of elemental damage as well as fizz damage. Yeah, I'll look at that in a second. But you have that as well, and then you have this based on chaos damage as well as fizz damage. So those are the three you have from just ascendancies, and then oh, what do we got for leech on this? Crits are instant. Just So yeah, 5% of spell damage leeches life. This is the one he was talking about. So you get max life, you get energy shield, skills base cost equal to 50% of your base mana cost or whatever, so it costs you a little bit of life, but you get spell leech. Is converted to energy shield leech, so that's kind of cool. But I think it's still based off of fizz. This is life leech is converted to that, so assuming it's still based off of fizz. So there's not a lot of options, but there's a handful. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, it's not a lot, but it's something. Leech with CI, interesting. Alright, back to what we're doing. What do you mean change the direction of the tree? Are you talking about like, so instead of it going to the left, it's going up? Because the tree is always going to be in this orientation. The only thing that changes is the direction at which you leave is based off of the character you start as. So, as a warrior, you're always going to leave right here. Right? As I want to say mercenary, you always leave down here. I think monk is here. Oh, actually, is monk here? Monk might be here. I don't remember. This is always the witch. And I want to say this is the Amazon lady. So depending on what character you pick will depend on where you start on the center part here. And then it depends, and that also determines what subclasses you will have. So if you want to play a Titan, right? Like, for example, if you wanted to play a Titan, you'd have to start as a warrior. So if you wanted to play as a Titan like I am, you'd have to play as a warrior. If you wanted to play as a warbringer, you'd have to be a warrior. If you want to play whatever the fuck this is, weaponsmith or something, you have to play as a warrior. But if you wanted to play as like one of the witches, I think 5 is a witch. What? Sorceress, right? You either be Stormweaver or a Chronomancer, right? But if you wanted to play the witch, I think starts in the same place. You get the Infernal, you get the Blood Mage, you get the Lich, and the Abyss Lich, which is slightly different somehow. I don't know what the difference is, but you get these 3, and they're going to start here, right? So Witch is going to start there. Sorcerer is going to start here as well. Then you got the Warrior, which is where I showed you. The Ranger is going to start right here. And then you get the subclasses of Deadeye and Pathfinder. And then the Monk starts here. And then you get the subclasses of Invoker and Acolyte of Chayula, which is this one for chaos damage, I think. And then the Mercenary, which is down here. And you get Tactician, Witch Hunter, and Gimling, which is used to be really cool. And the Huntress starts in the same place as the Ranger, but gets Amazon and Rituals. Alright, so you get the different options. These are the 4 that start here. These are the 3 that start down here. These are the 3 that start here. These are the 5, technically, that start up here. There's technically 6, I think. This one could be 2. And you get 2 that start over here. We don't have Druid yet, which is going to probably be over here. I think there's another class as well. Yeah, it basically depends on your starting class. That's where you start from the tree, and it also determines what your subclasses can be. So that is the only reason why you pick one character over another, is literally starting location and subclass or ascendancy. So as long as you have, once you figure out what you want to play and you figure out what subclass it needs, then you make the rest work. Right? Like I'm making this work because I didn't want to make another character. And I want to see if playing this as a Titan can work. Because next time I play it, I might play it as another character. I might play it as a Huntress. I might play it as what was the other one that they played it as? I think they played it as a Blood Mage. I think a Blood Mage could be insane. I think Blood Mage, from what I understand, has the ability to let the lightning damage count towards magnitude of bleeds. Or some shit. So it allows you to really stack the big dick bleed. In some way, shape, or form. Which is kind of crazy. I think once I get a little bit more geared, I do want to try and use a different skill other than Rake. Like I said, I think early levels, Rake is really good because it gives you that pseudo extra link of 100% guaranteed bleed chance. So it allows you to like guarantee bleed early levels. But I feel like later when you can get 100% bleed a lot easier, and you can have enough attack speed or whatever to try other skills with more AoE or something, maybe we could try different skills going forward. Next stream will be Friday night, Saturday morning. You're welcome. Yeah, so who did you start as, Nico? And like I said, I wouldn't worry about getting leech on the tree, right? Because there's a lot of leech in this area. I wouldn't worry about getting leech on the tree, right? Because most of it's like increased leech rate and stuff like that. You know, amount leached, leech faster. Thorns can leech his life. You know, instant leech. This is actually really nice, but you could probably anoint that, depending on how far it is. I wouldn't worry about getting leech from the tree. What you want to get is you want to get a ring or something like this. Or it has damage leached his life. As long as you're doing fizz damage, that'll work. If you're not doing fizz damage, then you need that chest piece to convert LA damage into leech. That chest piece we were showing you. That seems to be the only way that I know to do it currently. Could be wrong, right? Yeah, as long as you're doing fizz damage on your monk, you just get fizz damage leached his life and mana on a ring, or I forgot to show you. Here, I'll go back to town and I'll show you. You can use runes for it too. There are runes you find on the ground that if you have a rune slot in your weapon, you can put it in your weapon and it literally just does the same thing. It says fizz damage leached his life. So as long as you have like a quarterstaff, right? And like if you're doing it on Hollow Palm, or Hollow Palm, it's a little different. But if you, like I said, if you just put that in your weapon, if you do damage, you leech. It's that simple. All right, I want to go back to base and show you, but I'm at a spot right now where I want to finish what I'm doing. Like these interludes are like redoing old content in like a higher tier, in like a different way as well. It's almost like PoE 1 style. Or it's like we redo Act 1, but it's like slightly modified. Alright, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna show you the runes really quick. Nico. Like I said, specifically though, it has to be fizz damage though. Like I said, unless you run something that converts Ellie damage over to leech, you can't make it work. So do I not have one? Well, that's fucked. Have I not found another one since I used it? Hold on. So I did it to my weapon a long time ago. So this one right here, it's called Lesser Mind Rune. So if you read it, it says material weapon, says leech 1.5 fizz damage as mana. And then this one, if you read this one, it's a lesser body rune. It says leeches 2% of fizz damage as life. So you could technically do this on any weapon in the entire game if you put 2 rune slots in it, and you could just do that, and you get 2% fizz, and you get 1.5% mana leech. Super easy to get, at least early on, and like simple, simple amount of leech. Like I said, but as a monk, you're usually playing as Ellie. So if it was me, I would look up the information here, right? So if we're looking at like monk, right? What kind of monk though? There's nobody playing monk. Is it? They're all going into a specific thing. Are you playing? God, I don't know what a monk is. There's Acolyte and I think Stormweaver. Stormweaver, right? One is. Oh, I'm gonna pull it back up. Can't remember which one a monk is. Top of my head. Uh, monk. Yeah, Invoker. Invoker's the other one. Like if you play this guy, Leech recovers based on chaos damage. So if you play the Acolyte and you go chaos damage, you can do this. So your chaos damage will leech, right? As well as fizz damage. So that's if you go this route. If you don't go that route and you go this guy, you'll have to find a way to see how it's like damage as extra cold, damage as extra lightning. Um, it's all LA based. So you'd have to probably wear that chest piece to get you some sort of leech. So that one was Invoker, right? So if you like click on Invoker, you look at some of these people, you go to like EHP, like how strong is this guy, right? Like what's he running? Right? He's running this chest piece, which is nothing particular. Doubles his rings. Yeah, he has fizz damage leech his mana. He has a little bit of fizz on his bell, a little bit of fizz on his ice strike. So like that's like all he has for mana leech. Um Got fizz damage and fizz damage. Hella damage with attacks. I don't see him having any leech stuff, like life leech. He might have it somewhere else. I mean, unless he's just using health potions. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know exactly. I'd have to pull it up in POB and look at it. So we can like copy to clipboard. We go into here. You have to do your ascendancy first. So we'll look at this guy and we'll see what he's got, right? So he's got mana leech on hit, and then he just has a huge amount of ES. So he doesn't even actually have any ES regen or leech. So he's not a very good point of reference. I think he's going to be doing the same thing. He looks like he's doing the same thing. So these people don't even rely on leech to stay alive. They rely on their HP or their energy shield. So I don't know if Invoker really does a leech system. He's running Hollow Palm. You see how like they're just doing LE damage, so it's like it's one of those things that depending on the build you're playing, like leech might not be a thing for an Invoker. Right? So if you want to leech and you want to stay, sustainy that way, you're gonna have to probably not play an Invoker unless you run that chest piece that lets you leech. But like I said, they have other ways of survivability, right? Between block and evasion or regen itself and things like that. Like there's other ways that they're going about staying alive. They're not relying purely on leech for those builds. They're just high tier, high damage builds with lots of HP. I'd have to dig into the build further to kind of understand how they're surviving, but like that's what it looks like. But if you want more of a leech oriented build, you definitely want to play more of a fizz base. Why can't I move?
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here.
You out here, mate? Alright,
Get
man.
out of here, man. Shit.
I'm gonna be getting out of here as well soon. I gotta go get a workout in and make some breakfast. Kind of lost track of time. Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night, mate. Sleep well. I'll talk to you this weekend, most likely. See you, see you, see you. Appreciate you for being here. If you need me in the meantime, always hit me up in the Discord. Thank you. But yeah, Nico, do you understand what I mean about doing your ascendancies? I think your first one you get in Act 2, and then the next one you get in Act 3, and then later on you get like another one. Like you can do both out of. Okay. Yeah, so once you run the ascendancy, you will get the option at the end to select an ascendancy, and you'll get 2 points. And then when you run the next one, you'll get another 2 points. So I mean, you like I said, if you want to play monk and you want to rely upon leech, you almost probably want to play acolyte. But acolyte is based off of chaos damage, not Ellie damage. So you'd either A, have to find a way to convert your Ellie to chaos, or play a different skill that does chaos damage. If you wanted to go that route. But if you wanted to play like Ellie damage with the bell and like special strike or whatever, definitely not going to be leeching unless you, like I said, get that unique chest piece. Oh my god, stop lagging! Piece of game. And yeah, Nico, if you ever have any questions, you ever need any help, you know, you can hit us up in game, you can hit us up on stream, you can hit us up in the Discord, you know, leave a comment on the VOD on the YouTube. There's lots of places you can reach out to me. Why is a random barb spear just drop on the ground? What is that? Have we got a starter weapon? Boom, 50% increased attack damage. Let's go. Alright, now we're gonna rock and these ones next. So then we just got, I didn't find a waypoint at the farm. Don't want to stay on this late, but so close, man. There's a waypoint. Alright, where's the waypoint? Yes. Yeah, it's definitely the grind, man. Like I said, I'm still learning the game. I'm still trying to figure the game out. I'm still trying to understand it and see what I like about it, what I dislike about it, what skills I want to use, and all sorts of other stuff, right? So at the end of the day, it's just one of those slow and steady wins the race, kind of figuring it all out one piece at a time. Just like I was. But you know, as I play it more, I'll figure out what I like, what I dislike, and we'll make better progress, and we'll start making it faster and faster, like we do in PoE 1. Dungeon Ascends, our boss potential has gotten pretty good. Our bleeds are getting up there. Our executes like kind of chunking. Okay. Oh. Doom, 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 doom. Because once we're done with this, we're on to maps. But this weekend, this weekend, I'll tell you one more time, we're gonna be on we're gonna be on Diablo 3, grinding out the journals for the new season, and then we'll come back to Path of Exiles either at the end of the weekend once we're done with the journal, or the following week once we get back to streaming the following week. Like I said, don't be discouraged if you don't see me on PoE this weekend. But yeah, we're gonna be taking a small little hiatus just to get our journal pages done for Diablo 3, and then we'll be back. I am enjoying this. I do want to try and figure this weapon skill out. I am kind of liking it. I do want to try other skills to apply bleed, not just rake. Double bill? But yeah, Nico, I definitely get what you were saying earlier about like I would be scrolling through like Twitch trying to see what people are playing. It's like everybody has a bow. Either everybody has a bow or everybody's running ED Contagion or minions. Like nobody's playing or Hollow Palm, right? Like nobody's fucking playing. Like hardly anybody's playing fucking slam builds. Hardly anybody's playing like bleed build. Yeah. It's like you go to one person's stream and it's the exact same thing on the next person's stream and the next exact same thing on the next person's stream. It's like everybody's just copy and pasted the same build from like stream to stream, and it's like sure, that's fine and dandy. It's even like PoE 1 you see a lot of the same builds. People just like copy one of the main streamers' builds and everybody starts playing it. But it's kind of absurd that there's like 5 builds that everybody's playing right now. Like, I just want to play what I find fun. You know, I don't want to play what's busted. I don't want to play what's super strong or broken. I just want to play what I find to be fun. And I kind of like this whole stick and move kind of playstyle right now, and I'm looking forward to trying to making it better. Right? And I'd be okay with dropping Rake, which is like the one dash ability we have. It's dashing us in to attack people. I'd be okay with getting rid of that for a more AoE centric skill, as long as that skill can actually move relatively quickly. You know, like even if we went back to using Stampede, right? If Stampede had enough AoE potential and bleed potential to actually uber clear the trash mobs and stuff, I'd be down to use it. But the problem with it is, like, when it comes to single target, I can't use it to single target a boss with bleed. Because the way it, like, dashes around, I miss a lot of the hits on the boss. So, it's not an ideal for boss bleed damage. Which is why I was thinking, like, Whirling Slash, since we're on a spear already, Whirling Slash wouldn't be bad, but they did nerf it recently. And I'm curious on, like, if I can even make it work, because I feel like in order to make that skill work, you need a shit ton of attack speed. Like an actual shit ton of attack speed. Or if I tried to do that with slam builds, I would have died 1,000 times over. That shit would have been fucking awful. It's just the spear is way too mobile. Like, there's no reason to not run a spear. It's so mobile. With the disengage and the rake and the blood hunt all dashing you, even Culling Strike has a dash. Like, there's so many dashes, so you can, like, stay out of range, and then when there's, like, an opportune time to attack, you jump in and then you just roll out. Like, prevents you from taking so much damage. So much better than just face rolling yourself into a fucking engagement, just eating damage after damage after damage, just trying to hit them once. Alright. There's a waypoint here. We're gonna grab it and go out the other direction to find the other door. Alright. Grab this, we'll go out the other way, because I think there's another door we have to reach from. Yeah, because we need to find this one. Oh. Blood is his price? Oh god, that sounds terrible. Yeah, I guess we're gonna skip our workout today. Kinda sucks, but we'll make up for it later. This mob's sick. Alright. Time to kick this guy's ass now. Oh shit. Woo! Glad I dodged that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Talk about this. Oh my god, we're dead. That was pretty close. Alright, so we're done here. We got what we wanted from here. Alright. Yep. Okay, last guy, I think we're done. But how do you like the chunkiness, Nico? Like, Bloodhunt's chunkiness is nuts. It's like, yeah, I have to bleed him halfway down, and other builds are much faster with raw, like, upfront damage. But, bro, the chunkiness just, oh, it feels so good hitting that just. Execute. Oh, is there a boss there? Oh, shit. What the fuck just happened? What is going on? Oh my god, that hurt. That chunkiness, bro. Like I said, other builds much better. They do so much more upfront damage and they crush things faster. But God, is that just so satisfying? Just feels so good. Just pow, fucking instigate bitches. Oh, we're starting to get some damage, boys. Damage, boys. It's going up. Oh shit, that hurt. Let's avoid that. Okay, on our way down over. Bro, this place is kind of a maze. Fucking get out of my way, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you should definitely change your Windows settings to either manual, so you have to manually check it yourself every once in a while, or set it to active hours where there's certain times of the day where you're quote unquote active, so it doesn't download things while you're active, quote unquote. Uh, that way it doesn't like impede you while you're on the computer. But you got with that setting, you have to make sure occasionally you leave your computer on to let it update. Right. So that's the only downside to that setup. I think it's a null. I think that's a pretty rare. Okay, I'm even more confused now. Did I do something wrong? Oh no, I did. Oh, I cleared it. Oh shit. Interesting.
Yet again now, I if this. Oh well. No.
All right, we done? I don't know. How do I know if I'm done? I feel like I'm done, but I'm not 100%. I don't know what the Well of Souls is. Oh, that's the Abyss thing, right? These are the Ascendancies, the Guild Home, my house. I think we're done? Not mistaken. So hot right now. Yeah, but like I still can't access my map device. So obviously missing something. What am I missing? Yo, Hab. What am I missing, man? Do I have to go back to Act 4 or something? Seems like it.
So this is we're ready.
How can I advise? The time has come.
How far?
Without
Let's go.
forces united, we set sail from King's March and head for Oriath.
I put my faith in the first ones, not luck. You're finally hooded behind this gate. Will it be with my plans?
Oh, fifth damage. Chance to bleed. Aggravating any bleed with this weapon. Also aggravates all ignites and targets. That's a cool weapon. It just does very little damage. Yeah, I got in the knoll. I don't know what those are worth, but we're gonna put all this away and we're gonna call it a night here. This was productive for sure. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we we catch you guys on this weekend. If any of you haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something, or help somebody else out, feel free. Turn in. If you ever have to ask me a question, you can add me in the Discord anytime. When I'm not streaming, on my days off from streaming, I technically work, and I work from home, so feel free to hit me up in the Discord on my off days as well. If I'm awake, if I'm alive, I'll definitely message you guys back and answer any questions, help you out whatever I can. But if you ever want to check out any of the VODs, check out the About Me. You can click on the little VOD link and it'll bring you over to the VODs channel. And yeah, that would be great. I'd appreciate any support and love you guys would give. And like I said, hope you have a good next couple days, good rest of your day, and hopefully we see you guys Friday / this weekend. Like I said, we're gonna be playing a little bit of Diablo 3, getting the journals done, and when we finish that up, we'll switch back over to Path of Exiles 2 later in the weekend, and then next week continue on with Path of Exiles 2 some more. But I appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Talk to you guys later. Bye 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 bye. See ya. See ya. See ya.